Welcome to Retrobot, the YouTube channel where we feed a friendly space robot a diet of pure nostalgia. I'm Clay, and tonight we've got a chill stream running because I've got cameras, and I've got toys, and you've got an internet connection, and so yeah, we're doing the thing, and I just wanted to say hello to Rob. Thank you for joining me tonight, Rob. Tonight, I'm doing something that I've been meaning to do for a long time, and the time has come. I am going to show how I kitbashed a Final Faction Arrow ATV, which you can see right here, into what I have called the Slingshot three-wheeler. And that is my my little Slingshot three-wheeler. My attempt at a custom vehicle for Final Faction, and I like this thing. It's it turned out okay. There are a few things that I'm hoping that I could do just a little bit differently on this build. We'll see how it goes. In fact, let me start one thing right here. I'm going to change the camera angle just a little so that you can get a better view of that, because you know, the top-down approach just isn't doing it for me. So yeah, there it is. That's my Slingshot three-wheeler. I call it a slingshot because, you know, it's you got the wheels down here, and then you got the wait, here, let me change views here. So yeah, you got the two wheels up here and the big wheel down here. So it's like a slingshot, you know. That's what I came up with. So yeah, this is the thing, and it is made pretty much entirely out of pieces of the Arrow ATV and the upgrade kit. I think I added some extra screws. That's it. I didn't add. Now I thought about putting like a wooden skewer through here, which would have made the back wheel spin a little bit better and kept these two tires aligned a little bit better. But in the interest of keeping it all original parts, I actually did use the axles that I cut off of the chassis of the Arrow ATV. So let's go ahead and get started here. Oh, Michael Spicer is here, and yes, Mike, it is not just like kit bashing. We are kit bashing. The kit is about to get bashed. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to take the one that I already built, and I'm going to pull some of the pieces off so that I have kind of a reference of what I did the first time around. It's been several weeks since I built this, and I was kind of feeling my way through the process when the first time that I did it. So let me, I'm assuming that it does snap off. Yes, okay, so that just comes off like that. And that, come on, you can do it, There, that comes off like that. And you see, I made a little triangular piece in the back, which helps keep everything aligned, and it keeps these pieces together. And I'm going to temporarily take off the guns here, which are also the steering yoke, and I will take off the. See, I used a screw for this, because that piece didn't just snap on. So I've got that piece, which was on the hood of the Arrow ATV, and it's on the hood of this. But this is not the same piece of chassis or roll cage or frame, whatever you want to call it, that was on the Arrow ATV. This is actually the Arrow ATV's roof, and that enabled me to put the guns here, which I like the idea of making it so that the figure was steering with the guns. You know, the idea behind this is that it's more of a single-person vehicle than the Arrow ATV, which can hold multiple people by hanging them all over the thing. And this is more ideally like a smaller, faster, more maneuverable. I mean, you know, it's made up. You can say that it's whatever it is. Not necessarily as powerful or as tough, but smaller and faster and stuff like that. I don't know. I haven't written a bio for this yet, but you know, at some point I'll have to create fake packaging and stuff just to complete the whole look. So yeah, that is the Slingshot 3-wheeler without all the extra bits, and you can see that I used the roof of an Arrow ATV. I used the pieces of the back of the frame of the Arrow ATV for this, except oriented very differently, and I did a lot of cutting on the chassis. So I guess we're just gonna get started. Oh, and Connie Field is here. She says, "Happy Thursday, Connie." And let me just. I'm not really doing toast tonight, but you know what? I will throw out a toast to Rob, Michael, and Connie for joining me tonight as I kitbash. So, first thing that we need to do... Oh, well, actually, the first thing that we need to do... I'm just going to throw this out. Monica found these in stores. I didn't even know that these were going to exist. This is new Alpha Team figures. This is Amari, and she's awesome. She's really, really cool. And this is Riptide, and he's like a diver guy. And so we got like a bunch of these because of course we did. And wait here, I'm just gonna open this up so that you can see Amari. She comes with a baseball bat that has spikes around it. Yeah, so here's Amari, and we'll give her customized baseball bat. There she is, and like she is just all sorts of badass. Look at that, mohawk and everything, gold jacket. She's got some nice badonkadonk happening back there, so that's very nicely done. Somebody really enjoyed sculpting that. I'm just gonna say. So somebody, you know that was sculpted by a man. Okay, that had to be sculpted by a man because you know what, I appreciate that badonkadonk right there, and she's got her baseball bat. She looks great. She really does look great, and so I'll be doing short circuits for these new figures, and then we've got Riptide. Which, I hate how much I have to destroy the packages, but it's alright, I have more. I do have more. Riptide is very, very cool. He's like a diver guy. And so, yeah, he's got his diving suit. He's got, he's got like little propulsion things on his feet to propel him through the water, and he also has these harpoon things that go onto his arms. So I think this one goes yeah, and this one goes yeah, and no further. And and his harpoon thing came out. His oh, there it is. Okay, so these actually come out. That's good to know. And so, yeah, we've got Riptide here. And he's got... So this is really cool. So he's got his diving mask, which is pretty awesome. But let me show you what else is really cool about this. If you put it on backwards and make this into a backpack, the dude has an eye patch. That, I mean, that is really cool. Let me just give him a little bit of a twist here. There we go. We'll adjust it because it's kind of going down over his forehead. So there we go. Look at that. So diver guy has an eye patch. I have to imagine that that was intentional. Also, these little green dots change color when you put them into different temperature of water. So that's also really, really cool. And so, you know, that's we've got new figures. That's awesome. I'll probably take this video and maybe cut it down and edit it down to make sort of a short circuits version of the process that I'm about to do. But all right, so we've got now I have the theme. You know, Rob says that he has the theme from the 80s TV show Riptide going through his head. I don't remember how the theme to that went. I remember it was on after A-Team. And I remember they had the big pink helicopter with a face on it. And during the opening credits, there's the nerdy guy who had the Roboz, like his name was Boz or something, and then the robot was called Roboz, and they would show it falling into the water, which I always thought was very bad for Roboz. That's really bad. So anyway, so I've got my X-Acto, my hobby knife, which and I also have my my rotary tool here, so that maybe will help this process go a little bit faster than it did last time. So let's go ahead and let's open up an Arrow ATV and get started on this project. So I've got a box here. I don't really need the box. I definitely don't need these. So, and they came back. Did you see that? They came back. So we're going to open up the box. Now we will need this. This is important. And we will be using these. And we'll definitely be using the wheels. Wheels. And here's the chassis. It's a chassis. I love that word, chassis. It's spelled chassis. I don't know why, but it's a chassis. And we'll be using this. Definitely be using that. And we got more wheels. And we got a headlight. All right. I'm going to keep the headlights and the steering yoke in this plastic bag, because it would be really easy to lose those, and I'm going to set them right here. So later in this video, when I can't find them, I need all of you in the chat to tell me it's next to your keyboard. So just that's what I'm asking. So Rob was just commenting that the Riptide theme was classic Mike Post. Boy, he did so many good TV themes. I mean, yeah, he did L.A. Law. I think he did A-Team. He did everything. Mike Post. Oh my gosh. You know, I could listen to an album of Mike Post, and it would be everything that I watched when I was younger. So, and Rob says that the pronunciation of chassis comes from French. Okay. I don't know French. I barely know English, so... All right, so let's go ahead and see what we got to do here to make this thing into a thing. I'm going to take off the guns for now, and I'm going to take Torn out of the driver's seat to get a little bit of a better view of what I did the first time around here. Now, one of the biggest things that I did was instead of having the back wheels, you know, here and here, I put a hole in the underside and had the back wheels together to make one big fat tire. And I like the double tire. I really like the double tire. Just the fact that it's extra wide, I just think that's cool. One thing that I don't like about this version is that I wish that it were a little bit lower to the ground. And so I think this time around, I'm going to try and get that tire to go up. I'll cut away a little bit of the engine in the back here to make more room for the tire. Maybe have it just go a little bit further back. I don't think that that's going to interfere with anything. I originally used where the tires attached to as the anchor point, but I think I'm gonna mix things up, and hopefully I don't screw it up. And if I do screw it up, I've got more of these. So yeah, let's just go ahead and start with our plan here. So I guess the first thing that I'm going to do, I am going to cut away here on the underside of the chassis to make room for that tire. And I think I'm going to go back a little bit further. Yeah, I'm going to go back a little bit further. So let's take my existing Slingshot ATV, get it out of the way. I'll take a couple tires here to use for size reference. And so I'm looking here, and the width of that gap is pretty close to what I need it to be. Like you can see here that the width from here to here is pretty much perfectly sized for those wheels to fit in. So I'm just going to draw myself a little guideline. There we go. In fact, I've got, I can even change views here. Let's do this. And we'll move some of this stuff out of the way. We don't need these over here. We'll put them over here. We don't need that over here. We'll put those over there. And there we go. And I can put that down there. All right. So I'm going to make myself a little guideline right there. And ideally, that should just be straight down and even with this. And then I'm going to do one on this side. That's a little bit swoopy. It's a little bit more swoopy than I want it. Let me get it straighter. There we go. All right, and just looking, yeah, I just cut away everything in there. And I think I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to, I think about here. Do I want to go all the way back to? I'll just go all the way back to here. I'm just going to do it. Yeah, I think I'd rather have the wheel a little bit further back, and it's just going to change the dynamics of the vehicle. And now, let's go ahead and start cutting. Smell that plastic. Huh? That is an aroma. And so we have that looking like that. I'm going to trim this part using my hobby blade because honestly I feel like I have more control with the hobby knife, and most of my kit bashing I actually use a hobby knife, not a rotary tool. But the rotary tool is much faster. And if I'm going to do a live stream where I try to make this thing, I feel like speed is important, because you don't want to see me just digging at this thing with a hobby knife for several hours. So here we go. Yeah, we're going to just go all the way. And see, just by scoring that, it makes it easy for me to just snap the plastic off. And you see how much cleaner that edge is, and then I'll be able to smooth that out with the hobby knife. Now we can also just peel off all of this extra melted stuff, but you see how warbly that is. And admittedly, I probably should have been a little bit more careful while I was cutting with the rotary blade. I just wasn't, but here we go. I'm just gonna trim this up just a little bit. Trim that just a little bit. All right. So there we go, and then just kind of rolling off those edges where that rotary tool just kind of melted the plastic. It's not even so much that it cuts it; it just kind of melts it. Now here I need to. So this angle is a bit of a problem. See how that sticks in? We don't want that. That's going to cut into where the wheel is. So let's get a little bit closer if we can. There we go. So you can see what I'm doing. And here is where I will just probably reach it better from this side. I think I could go a little bit wider too. There we go. There it is. All right, that's not bad. I got a little bit of that melted plastic here. The melted plastic comes off very easily. So we have that. It's a nice big hole. I like it. Feeling good about it. And now I'm just going to clean it up with this file. Just gonna file this away for later. I'm sorry. I was dropped on my head as a small child, and things have never really been the same. The nice thing about kit bashing plastic is that you don't have to have good files. Now, I do have good files, but I save my good files for doing, well, important stuff. This is a file from Harbor Freight. It's a piece of crap, but it works, and it is just fine for plastic. There goes my sponsorship from Harbor Freight. They're like, oh, yeah, you know what? We were going to give you a call, but then you said that our files are a piece of crap. And it's like, no, I meant that with love. I say that with love, Harbor Freight, because I love you. And I do. It's true. Please don't blacklist me. There we go. And see, the nice thing is that with the file, I can clean up some of the sins made by that rotary tool. There we go. Yeah, look at that. I have noticed, especially when I'm working on stuff like this, that I tend to say, there we go, a lot. And it drives me nuts. Like, I'll rewatch this, and I'll just start counting the number of times I say that, and I'll get madder and madder with every time. I need to have a counter down here, like a little digital counter on the corner of the screen that has that phrase, like it's the TWG counter. And, every time I say it, there's a little I'm trying to break myself of the habit, and that's why I'm calling attention to it. So if you catch me saying it, and you're in the chat, then go ahead and chastise me. Oh, Brick's here! Hey! Hi, Brick! Hi, Dawn! Alrighty, look at that. That's turning into a thing already. That is turning into a thing. Alright, so let's go ahead and see if this is going to be wide enough for those wheels. Because we want them to be able to spin freely. And what I'm noticing is it's a little bit sticky. See, it shouldn't do that. Shouldn't do that. So I'm going to file those down just a little bit more. Now, I guess if I wanted to, I could file the wheels and make them more narrow. But I like the big fat back wheel. I don't want the wheels to be more narrow. So instead, I'm just going to file this, make the opening just a little bit wider. And I think I'm close. Now, that's the important thing. I am close. And I can see, the plastic is very workable. And, it's a nice balance because the Final Faction stuff, the quality on this stuff is pretty decent. It's not like, it doesn't feel like that cheap plastic that you used to get with some of those knockoff toys that you used to be able to get at Big Lots back when Big Lots was cool. Yeah, that's right, Big Lots, you heard me. When you used to be cool. When you used to be able to get the cheap knockoff Transformers and stuff from overseas that were unlicensed and illegal. But no, now you go into Big Lots and all you get is overpriced name brand Transformers that are terrible. Oh, they're terrible. And see, I feel like Hasbro is doing themselves a disservice by offering those under their Transformers brand. They would actually be better off. Like, they already own the license for GoBots. Okay? They own GoBots. If they want to create a line of transforming robot toys for the low-end market, like dollar stores and Family Dollars and Big Lots and things like that, instead of making Transformers toys that are made cheap and the designs are clunky and the toys are really disappointing, don't do that. Don't do that, Hasbro. Okay? Just don't. Instead, create a different line of toys that you could even have some connectivity between the other line and your Transformers line, but save the Transformers brand for the higher end toys. Right now, somebody sees that Transformers logo and they think, oh, okay, well, this is the name brand, this is going to be good. And then they buy one of those cheap $10 Grimlocks and it's like, oh, this is awful. Terrible. Or, you know, it's like, or that Jetfire that came out. Oh my gosh, it went straight into the parts bin. And, you know, it was like $10 for a bad Jetfire. You know, don't just, you're hurting your brand. That's what I'm saying. You're hurting your brand. So instead, make a GoBots line. Use the name, let it represent the lower end toys, and have a different cast of characters. But maybe through clever marketing and storytelling, you have some connective tissue between the two franchises so that they can overlap, so that it's not like, oh, the GoBots toys don't exist in the same universe as the Transformers toys, but they are a different line. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. You know, protect the integrity of your brand. Okay? You spend years building up a name like that. You don't want to cheapen it. And I think that Final Faction is proof that quality toys can be made for a bargain price. In fact, you know, Hasbro, you should watch what Final Faction is doing, because they're filling a niche that you are not. All right, so and Brick says, yeah, pointed out in the chat that he will hardly ever read. Well, I guess I just proved that to be a fallacy. Ha ha ha! Yeah. Got you there, pal. See, I got him because I read it. That's what the joke is. That he made the comment in the chat that I hardly ever read it, and I read it. It's a little bit of irony. All right, we're close. We're close. Not quite there yet, but we're very, very close. So I'm going to continue filing away. The nice thing about it needing to be widened is that the more I widen, the more I take away the nasty hack job that I did with that rotary tool. So, you know, it's kind of a happy accident that I get to clean up all of that. There. All right. So, are we there yet? Not far now. Woo! Oh, yeah. That's what we want. That's going to spin just fine. That, I think, is going to spin just fine. We got just a little bit of clearance in there. I think we're good. See? I think that we're good. and now Brick is whining that it's 10 minutes later. It's a live stream. I would say you do a live stream, but he has done live streams, so done them on this channel. And actually, as much as I don't want to give too much credit here, Dawn, you are actually very good on camera, and I appreciate your help on these live streams when you're able to come up. So you know, I'll give a little bit of credit where credit is due. And now I'll stop. All right, so now here's where things are going to get interesting, because I want to try and have this up, up in here. Like I said, I don't like how high profile this is, and so if I have this back wheel tucked up, then that's really going to reduce the look of this. So, or reduce how it kind of appears to look. So just imagine that this is the ground plane, and see the difference if it was like this as opposed to being up like this. You see that? Now what would be great is if I could also make the front wheels come up. That would be really cool. We'll see what happens. I'm not sure that I'm going to do that, but I'm definitely glad to be attempting to make this go a little bit higher. I could have this thing go, well, yeah, I'm getting crazy ideas. So as I look through here, you see there, that's where the holes are. You can see, hello, hi. Yeah, see my eyeball? I can see you. Can you see me? So I'm looking through there, and I think I have enough meat in this that I could drill a hole and then just press this all the way through the hole. I think I could do it. Either way, I need to cut these things off. So I'm going to do that, and we are going to use the rotary tool. And let's go back over to this view so that you can watch me cut these things off mercilessly. So I want to do this so that you can actually see what I'm doing. Got that. And now that I've taken off these ribs, which really give it a lot of support. That's what makes this part as strong as it is. So by getting rid of that, I turn this into just a flat piece of plastic. And now I can just... let's do this. Try and support it a little bit. Jeez, this is... okay, my big glob of glue here is making this difficult right here. There. I don't need that on there. I don't even remember why that's on there. I think that I was using this to prop up my glue gun at one point. So let's just score this right there. Okay, so we have that, and then ideally, maybe, look at that. That's perfect. And now I'll score this one. That, huh? I could not ask that to work better. And now a little bit of filing. And we are left with this. Huh? Yeah, that's pretty good. Little bit more detail filing just to make sure that everything is cleared out. You know, there's little bits of melted plastic created by the rotary tool, so I want to get those off. And test fit with the wheel. All right. It seems like, yeah, that's really good. That's really good. So, all right, that's what we want. Now, I'm gonna do a little test fit with this peg because I want to see like how. Where does this need to be in order for that to poke through? And oh, that's good. Look at that. Okay, so let me just show you what we're doing. So I've got these like this, just like that. And so if I test fit them together and place the wheel centered in that area, notice that both of these pieces fit on either side, which means that I could just drill a hole through there and push these things all the way through and have them retain that wheel. And that is what we call desirable. So that's good. Yeah, I think now here's a question. I think that's too high up. You know, just having a little tiny bit of wheel there. I think that's too high up. But just for giggles, let's go ahead and see how that would look. And just switch views here. And so, yeah, you know, with it that high up, to where they're above the axle is above the chassis, it looks like the back bumper is just dragging. So I think I'm going to do what I was thinking and just drill a hole through the sides of the chassis. That is what we're going to do. So I need to figure out where the hole goes. And okay. So this is interesting. If you look, notice that there's this little indent right here in the chassis. And it's got this sort of, Let me get that out of the way. So you see there's only one wall thick. I don't want to drill right through there. It's going to be hard to drill, and I only have one thickness of plastic. I want to go through one of these meteor parts, which means that in order to get there, I need to either move forward or back. I'm going to move back. I'm going to go back further. So that means I need to take a little bit more out from here. And yeah, so just kind of eyeballing it, looking at it like that. I'm going to need to go to right about there. So let's go ahead and switch camera views yet again. And here's where we're going to mark this. We're going to mark this right there. And then just using my finger as a guide. I've got my finger held on here, and then I'm just going to pull this straight across there. And see how easy it was to make a pretty straight line just by using my finger as a guide. And then we'll do that, and we'll do that. All right, let's get out the rotary tool yet again. There we go. Try and get it in frame. And we'll just pick off that melted plastic again. There we go. And now okay, I think that this is a job for pliers. Fortunately, I own pliers. So let's just take this little pair of pliers and look at that. That is what we want. And now I'll clean it up with the file. I should have brought one of my rectangular files. I thought I had one of my rectangular files. I don't see it though. I have a round file and I have this file. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. There we go. Oh, I said it again. Darn it. All right. So let's see how that's going to fit in there. See, look at that. Look at how that lines up. I'm going to be able to go right through the side here and right through the side there with these axles. And then that's going to land right there. and then it's going to spin just like that. So that's pretty good. That's what we want. So at this point, let's pull this out of here. There we go. And oh, it's very sharp here, and it kind of hurts to dig my fingers into. So let me do it this way. All right, so we can see how, oh boy, this is going to be close. This is going to be really close. I can set this aside for the moment. We don't need that yet. And I've got drill bits. Oh, sorry, I'm moving the camera around, making things awful. There, okay. There, okay, that's pretty good. And I'll drop that on the floor. So let's compare the. See, that is just about right. Look at that. So, once again, just doing a little test to make sure that I have this where I want it. And I do. Indeed I do. So, yeah. That just needs to be centered up between this little hole and this edge. So, I'm just going to eyeball it. And I'm kind of lining it up this way. And then there. Yeah, that's my center point right there. And then I'll do the same thing on this side. Sort of line it up. All right. Now this drill bit is almost as thick as this plastic. I'm hoping that this doesn't break. If it does break, it's not the end of the world. I can always add plastic in there and glue things together, but I'm trying not to. You know what? I'm going to start with a smaller hole. Smaller hole, more control. Whoops. There we go. Oh, I said it again. Darn it! Darn it! Blast ye! Foul mouth that says that phrase too many times. There we go. Jeez, I said it again. And let's go a couple sizes up. Whoa. All right. I'm having a thought. Now, I could drill this out bigger and maybe get these things to poke through. I could do that. Maybe I end up breaking the plastic because you see that is one size smaller and it's already really close. Or I could just go grab a skewer out of the drawer and, you know, put a rod through. Oh, and Colleen is here! Oh, and let's see, Sage Forsaken is here! I suggest a mini hand drill. I got this. It's just a cordless screwdriver, but let me look and see what I have in the range of skewers. Hold on, just a second. I'm still here, not going that far away. All right. So what I have here is a wooden skewer. It's a little bit narrow. Wonder how thick the dowel rods that I have are. And Brick is saying, yes, I am leaving you all alone and you have to fend for yourselves. I am. I absolutely did that. It is truth. Oh gosh, decisions. I don't like this because it's way too narrow. I don't really like this because it's way too fat. Oh gosh. I don't want to have to. Oh, I'm nervous. All right, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it. Sometimes you just have to be brave. What are you laughing at? However, you know what? I got myself an idea. I have this piece that I cut off the bottom. What I can do is I can make a couple little pieces to glue on to either side of that to reinforce this before I glue it so that it doesn't break. That's what we're doing. That is the solution. And Sage Forsaken says, I have one I like to use that I got from Amazon that's not motorized at all. You could use the ends of Amara's swords. And Brick is saying just reinforce the joint, which is exactly what I'm doing. Yes, okay, we see, you know, great minds think alike. Or is that small minds? One of the two. One of the two. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. So I'm just going to cut this off here. Blip. And cut that off. There we go. And so that, I think I'm going to put that, Well, no, I don't want to put it on top because if I put it on top, the motor won't fit. So I'm going to put it underneath here. And so, to do that, let's just give this a little bit of a file. Just a little bit. There we go. And then we'll also hit the bottom of this piece. There we go. That's what we're doing. You can see I'm just roughing that up a little bit. And then I have glue around here somewhere. I know I brought glue. What did I do with the glue? I probably put something on top of it. Oh, wait, here. Here we go. We got glue. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, honey, I think I have an open tube of glue on my table over there. Do I not? Oh, yes, I do. All right. Might as well use the open glue first. All right, so we've got open glue. And we'll see if this glue is even able to flow. And now we're going to do a little thing here, just like that. And add a little bit more right there. There we go. That's the thing. That is the thing. And we'll put this piece right on top of that. And now, just hold that in place for a moment. And I need to pull out my secret weapon. Where's my secret weapon? You know I have my secret weapon around here somewhere. Maybe I didn't bring my secret weapon. Oh well. I may have to get my secret weapon. Oh, I think that I left on the tray. Thank you, Blarg. I think that I left on my tray of kit bashing stuff down in the basement a box of baking soda. Would you be willing to grab that for me, Blarg? Please? Oh, is it right there? Thank you. All right. So I did bring my secret weapon. All right. So now that's sticking on its own. I'm going to add a little bit more glue here to this edge. And then I'm just going to take a little bit of baking soda. Baking soda will kick super glue. And it works as a filler. But don't breathe it. If you breathe it, then your nose will run, you'll get a sore throat, and you will feel like you've got the flu for several days. So just don't. Because it's kind of miserable. There we go. I said it again. Gosh darn it. Why can't I stop? It's a bad habit. All right, so we've got it on that side. Let's go ahead and do the same thing on the other side. So we're going to take this. Get that edge. There. Rough that up. There. That's what we want. And now a little blip, blip, blip. Blippy, blippy, drippy, drippy. And add the thing. And see if I can get my fingers stuck to it. That's important. Right. I'll let that dry just a little bit more before I start adding baking soda. All right, so now I'll add a bead of super glue and once again add some baking soda and add another bead of super glue, add some baking soda. It's like I'm making a pie. You know, I did not have pie for National Pie Day. I completely ignored pie on Pie Day. I feel a little bit ashamed. I didn't even, like, figure out the diameter of a circle on Pie Day. No, I just... And, you know, I don't have anything against pie. I like pie. It's a great number. It's useful. But I totally dissed it on Pi Day. I'm a horrible human being. And Brick says, don't let him fool you. That is not actually baking soda in that box. Look, it says baking soda. Upside down. Brick just wants me to turn this box the right side up to prove that it says baking soda, and then it all pours out onto the table. You don't fool me, Dawn. All right. That's pretty good. And a little filing on the side here. Now, here's something that I'm noticing. So I centered this hole here, but if I add reinforcement to the top, then the motor's not going to fit correctly. So what I can do is with my hobby knife here, I'm just going to make the circle a little bit larger, and I'm going to cut downwards. So I'm essentially making the center go just a little bit lower so that when I drill it with the bigger drill bit, it falls right in between this layer and the layer that I glued on there. There we go. Oh, I said it again. Gosh darn it! I need like a shock collar. And every time I say that, just Monica's going to have to give me a zap. Did we get rid of that stimulating face mask thing? That was probably for the best. That thing was awful. And hilarious. One year for Christmas, a friend of ours got me this electric stimulating face mask that would shock your face. Like, it was this creepy pink mask, and it had electrodes on the inside, and you put goop on the little copper tabs. That way, the contacts made better connection, and then it would send electric currents through your face, and it was supposed to stimulate your face muscles and make you look younger. It was horrible. So of course I turned it on to the highest setting and went through, like, it was a 10-minute cycle, and I just there were tears, which the tears were also conductive, so that just made it worth. I remember it actually made my teeth vibrate. I think Jeff isn't fully scrolled down to see the latest chat. Well, let's see. Okay, there are new comments. Let's see. Yeah, I made pie today, not on Monday. Basically, he is just taking the parts from the Arrow ATV and its armor to make a different vehicle. We have been suggesting the shock collar for... Oh, we have been suggesting the shock collar for you for years. Okay, I don't think I'm too far off. I don't know. Don't let him fool you. That is not... Yeah, okay, so I wasn't too bad. Don will tell me if I'm not reading the chat. Right? You'll tell me. Okay, so... we're going to go ahead and do this. Oh, I guess I should change the camera view. And that seemed to work. And do these fit through? They do! Oh my gosh! These fit through perfectly! Oh, that's so good! That is so good! And then this will go like that. And then this will go like... Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can kill your brother. All right. So, look at that. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Now, I think, let's see, what do I want to do here? All right, so I'm going to pull these things out for the moment, if I can. Let's get a straight screwdriver to pull these out. So I'll set that there. Get my little straight screwdriver tip. And let's see if I can just pull that out. Yeah, that's good. All right. And I'll do the same thing on this side. Pull that out. So there's something else that I want to do here. This is something that I thought about doing on the last one, and I think I'm going to do it on this one. I want to glue in some little alignment pegs on the inside of the wheel here so that when these go together, they kind of nest. And yeah, I need to put something in there. I have some plastic here. I could just use the plastic here. I'll use the plastic here. I've got plastic here. I'll use it. Go, saying it again. Maybe I'm giving up on the fight. Maybe I just own it. Maybe I need to start marketing t-shirts that say, "There we go." And then it just has like a digital counter at the bottom. so, and I will cut this into 4 pieces. So I'm going to cut it in half there, and then score it there, and then score it there. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3 and 4. And now, well, okay, this has 6 sections. But you know what? I'll do 3. 3 will work. 3 is fine. So let's just go ahead and put a dab of glue here. And I'm going to place this right up against that rib. And that's going to give it a little bit of extra structure to stick to. And then I can even add just a little bit of glue and baking soda. And now that's in there. And then I'll skip this one and do this one. So we'll just add a little bit of glue for you. That's what we'll do. Glue on the top. It's the inside of the wheel. Nobody's going to see it. I don't care if it's ugly. And then last one, a little bit of glue. All right, so there we go. And let's see. Oh, the chat has moved. Holy crap. Let's see. He has a prototype he did earlier in the thumbnail. Okay, I didn't know if we knew where he was going. And wow, that is going by. Clay Being Clay is modifying the design as he's working on this one. These are comments from Brick, by the way. There we go again on our own. Thank you for that, Don. Probably not a good idea to shot collar someone who drills and X-Acto knives in his hand. Probably not. I've had bad ideas before. And and Dawn is still singing. That's good. And Rob says, so last weekend I ended up picking up Generation Select Tiger Track, but only after the fact did I find out NoNef Productions no longer produces a Yellow Siege Lambo spoiler set. Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. So anyway, trying to keep up with the chat. I'm trying. All right, it seems like these are dry, and so the goal is that. Wait, did that pop free? That did pop free. See, that's what I get for not scoring the inside, so that it has a little something to grip to. All right, let me See, I should have done it. I was getting impatient. So here's what I can do. I can use my hobby knife here. And I can put some little scritches and scratches in there. Yeah, maybe do a little scrapey. And add a little bit more glue. And see if now this piece will stick in. The downside with using any kind of kicker, whether it's baking soda or zip kicker or anything like that, is that when you accelerate the drying time, you reduce the strength of the glue joint. And sometimes that's not a big deal, but you know, when I'm gluing one smooth piece of plastic to another smooth piece of plastic, and I haven't sanded them or roughed them up at all, then yeah, it can cause problems. And now you get to see that. And so this is on here now. Now, I'm trying to compensate for the fact that I accelerated that by packing on a lot more material on top of it. But, you know, if the plastic around there is smooth, then that doesn't necessarily do a whole lot of good. So I'm going to scuff these up. I'm going to do the same on this. And I'm going to do the same on this. And now I will just add a little bit of glue on top. And a little bit of glue on top. And a little bit of glue on top. And I'll kind of roll it around a little bit. So, and let's see. Colleen says, someone let Clay know he is about half an hour behind on his chat. LOL. Am I? I don't think I'm half an hour behind. Am I? Like, how long ago was that comment? Because I swear that's the last thing that I saw. I'm trying so hard, too. And I get to hear myself, which is a little bit unsettling. Alrighty. So let's go back here. So now what I'm going to do is with the file, I'm just going to taper these tabs just a little bit. That'll help it go together with the other wheel without necessarily breaking the tabs off. And Rob says, no, not really. Thank you, Rob. I'm developing a complex here. this is also a good thing to do, because if you look at the wheels, they are tapered as they go from the front of the wheel to the back. And of course, that's so that they can pop out of the injection molds more easily. If you have a part where the sidewalls are just perfectly parallel, then that is a very difficult part to remove, and it adds to your production time, which makes things cost more money. That's not good. Also, by having it tapered, it allows the mold to put details on the sidewalls that if it were perfectly parallel, it would be very difficult to get. So yeah, we want to taper these so that that other wheel will fit on without breaking the tabs and putting stress on them. Because really, they're just alignment. Yeah, you can see in my original one that the wheels, there's nothing inside to keep these things lined up. And they kind of shift around like this. You see what I mean? They just kind of, they do that. And I don't really like that. I could say that it's a feature. Sure it is. But it's really not. So, all right, let's see if that's how that's working. Oh, look at that! Oh, that's beautiful! That is what I wanted. Oh my gosh, that is great. That's great. Oh my gosh, it's good, so good. All right. So we got yeah. And so that can go sort of like that. So, all right. Next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off these ribs. They don't need to be there. So I don't want them. Get rid of that. And actually, there's really no reason why I need these things to be kind of shaped like that, so I think that I do want it to have a little bit of a head in case I want to pull them out. You know what? I'm gonna adjust the exposure on the camera, because I'm noticing that the exposure is just a little bit low. Let's go down here, and we'll press that button, and then go there, and see if we can brighten things up a little bit. See, I think that's nicer. That's a little bit too much. Okay. Yeah, that's better. All right, so we have that. And then we'll do this one. Set it again. All right, and then a little filing here. And just to give this a little bit more roundness. I'm not striving for perfection on this. There we go. All right, so we got the thing. I muttered it to myself. Did you catch that? I did it under my breath. We have that. All right, so now we have essentially a couple little pins here, and we can take our wheel and sandwich it together just like this, and then we insert it right in here and just press our little plug in. And we'll press our plug-in on the other side. And those can spin. Now it kind of doesn't want to stay together. So, you know, that's good enough for now. If I wanted to, I could always just glue the wheel together. And I'm not necessarily opposed to that. Maybe I'll just glue the wheel together. Maybe I'll just glue the wheel together. That would be the easy solution. Let's just do that. Because I'm not going to turn it back into a four-wheeler. Why be shy about it? Let's just do it. So we'll do that. And we'll do a little blurb right there. And one more. We need one more right there. And then we'll kind of do that. Line up the treads. And blammo. Get rid of that extra glue with my finger. And now I just hold this. I just hold it for, you know, oh, wait, I have a capo. I have a capo. And a capo is like a clamp, except for a ukulele. So I'll just capo that. And that way I can work on something else. So we now have 3 wheels. This is a 3-wheeled thing. It is completely 3 wheels. Yeah, I think I'm gonna like that better. And I've got the axles in there so that they can be removed. Because, you know, in case I want to do detail painting later, or even just for play value, you know, it's fun to have stuff that you can take apart and say, oh no, it blew up! Oh, there's parts everywhere! And stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. Aw, poor honey, 5 deaths? 6. Oh, jeez. For anybody who doesn't know, Elder Ring. It's really all you need to know. So, alright, we got that like that. We need to... So, the next thing that we need to do is... This is the engine and the seat. And it is not going to go on there with that wheel in there. So, we need to figure out how much overlap there is. And it seems like there's a substantial amount. So, yeah, actually, amazingly, you take a look and it is pretty darn close. Because I've moved it back so far, the wheel almost doesn't intersect any of the engine. So, and Brick is like, or you could just, well, blow it up. When you spend like several hours making, okay, admittedly, you can spend several hours building something and then want to blow it up. You know what? I digress. Oh wait, no, the engine goes there. I saw these little holes and I thought they were the little holes that go there. No. Those are little holes that go with these pegs. So yeah, that wheel is completely going up in that engine. So we are gonna have to. Oh wow, it's way up in there. It is way up in there. All right, well, we're going to need to do some hackery here. Yep, hackery is going to happen. And that's okay. We like hackery. I like the comment from Sage Forsaken. Elder Ring, no thanks. I need not to put my controller through the TV. That would be me. All right, you know, I was a big one, like back in the day, of beating on my ColecoVision controller and swearing, and I would get so mad. And you know, like I was playing Mr. Do. All right, there's not a big emotional investment in Mr. Do. I would never be able to handle Elder Ring. Not in a million years. All right, so we're essentially going to be taking out this whole vent thing. I just need to mark the sides where we need to start cutting, but it's going to go pretty much all the way up. In fact, yeah, it's just going to go all the way up. All the way. We're taking the whole thing out. That's what's happening. So, let me switch views. Like module tanks. You're welcome. Don said, like module tanks. And I said, you're welcome. I know. It's a dumb joke. All right, so let's go ahead. This is how we're doing this. So this is gonna just go. This whole thing is just coming out, and I'm going to. I guess I'm going to use the rotary tool because that will be quicker, and I'm going to try and do a neat job. Now you can see how this tapers as it gets to the top. And the wheels don't taper that much. So there may be some interference here. I'm going to see how much interference there is before I cut away any of this lip, because I like this lip. You know, I feel like I can get rid of this vent and still have it look like it was intended to be that way, but if I start cutting into this, then things get a little bit harder to disguise. So I'm just going to score this top edge, and then with my pliers, a little snap. Look at that. That's pretty good. And I'll get rid of all that melted plastic around the edge. There. It would be amazing if the wheel just neatly fits into this space. I don't think it's gonna. Just so that you know, I don't think it's gonna fit neatly into this space. But hope springs eternal. There's always the chance. Not a great chance, but there's a chance. And let me go ahead and do a little bit of cleanup filing here, just to get those inside edges. See, you know, that's not bad at all. I bet that this is dry now. It certainly is. So that's good. I may do a little bit of sanding on these pegs at some point so that this spins a little bit more freely. But it's working. So how close are we to having this fit around here? Well, let's go ahead and just snap this in place. And I knew it wasn't going to clear. Look at that. See, I just knew that it wasn't going to go. All right, well, that's all right. That is all right. What I can do, I know what I can do. So we've got this exhaust manifold here that comes out of the engine on each side. I can cut away this shroud so that it's just the exhaust manifold and the engine, and then cosmetically it will still look intact. So that's the solution. And I think I'm gonna have to, gosh, you know, I normally I would use my X-Acto, my hobby knife here, because I could get it really clean. You know, I'm gonna try using the hobby knife, at least on some of this stuff. So wish me luck here. Let's zoom in. This is detail work, and also let's hope that I don't spring a leak, because that tends to happen often. All right, there we go. So I'm just going to score right down along the pipe. Yeah. And then score around this curve. And then what I could do is I could just have this go straight back. I think I'll do that. That will be easier. So I'll still have this top panel, but I won't have the shroud go all the way around. I think that that's a good compromise. And let's go ahead and slice in. Look at that. That's nice. See how nice that is? So we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Notice that I am using multiple passes. I am not trying to get through the material all in one go. If I were doing that, then I would be pressing much, much harder on the hobby knife, and that's usually how accidents happen. And then my insides flow onto the outside. And I don't like that. I do it all the time, but I don't like doing it. Notice also that a lot of times when I do these cuts, these deep cuts, I use the back of the blade. And the reason I use the back of the blade is because the back of the blade gets much less use than the front, and so it stays sharper longer. So when I'm doing something like this where I am doing a lot of cutting in one stroke, then I like to use... Also, it gives me an element of control. Okay, so... let's... These needle nose kind of suck. They kind of suck. Let's just go ahead and let the hobby knife do the work. Oh, look at that. And then... ah, there it is. Just kind of square this off a little bit, make as much room for those treads as I can, because that tire is pretty darn wide. I'll come up here. And especially on this side, look at that. There's a lot of material that we can remove here. All right, we'll clean up with the file. Now let's see how this goes. Multi-pass. Multi-pass. Lilu Dallas, multi-pass. That's for you, Don. Alright, so let's see. If I put this like that. Oh, we are so close. We are so close. Look at that. It fits on there, but it's kind of wedging everything in place. And it is, so, all right, here's where I'm at. You see how we are up as high as we can go without cutting into the engine itself. And it's still, it's still a little bit too high. That complicates things. It doesn't kill anything, but it does complicate things. I could add material underneath it. Yeah, that goes up like 3/16 of an inch. All right, yeah, I think that we're just going to we're going to have to raise this up. So, on hindsight, I think that the next one of these I do, I'm going to have the wheel go a little bit lower. I mean, I like where the wheel is, but obviously I'm having to just really hack into the engine to make it fit. And Jay Getrum asks, have I missed any blood? You have not missed any blood yet. So, and yes, Sage Forsaken, I am quite familiar with using glue to as a Band-Aid. In fact, honestly, I don't use Band-Aids hardly at all, because if it's Band-Aids are tiny, like Band-Aids are small, and I'm not sure what they're really useful for, especially like the little tiny ones. Like you get 40 of them. Like, you'll get a box of Band-Aids, and it'll say 50 bandages, and then 40 of them will be those little tiny ones. How often, like, do you actually need a Band-Aid for a cut that's only, that's covered by a pad that big? I mean, honestly, that's useless. Just wait for like a minute, and it'll stop bleeding. Or super glue. So, yeah, not a big fan of Band-Aids. I'm discovering that I'm not a big fan of Band-Aids. Alright, so we've got this thing. So much of it kind of works, except for that engine. Gosh, darn it. Darn it all to heck. Yeah, I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed. I made it too high up. And I'm trying to think of what I could use to shim it, but I don't have a lot of material to use to shim it. Yeah, I'm not liking it. Well, okay, you know what? Let's pause on this, because the next thing that we have to do to this chassis is it's wider than it needs to be. It has these runner boards on the side, and those go. Those are going. So I'm going to take those off, and that's going to give me some material that maybe I can use to shim that engine block. So let's go ahead and let's go back over here. And I'm going to take these wheels off. Don't need the wheels right now. And so I'm just going to score this, and I'm going to try to get this as straight as I can. I'm going to line up the edge here with the edge of the wood, and then I'm going to use my fingers to try and score over this curve. I already had it go in the wrong direction once, so I need to be a little bit more careful. There we go. That was good. That one was good. There goes my cordless screwdriver. I didn't need it anyway. And I'm going to need to score here. I say score, but really, this part I just need to cut through. It just needs cut. And I can do that rather than abusing my hobby knife. I can just do that with this. Alright, now let's do the other side. This is going to be awkward. This is going to be awkward. You know what? There's a reason why I made these pins so that they could come out. Take the wheel out and set my pins aside in a place where I won't lose them, hopefully. Line that up with that. Boy, this side is really awkward. It's going to be hard for me to get this straight. Yeah, it wants to, does not want to go straight. There we go. That's not too bad. Cutting a straight line over a sweeping curve like this is a challenge. And now that I have that, now let's see how we did. Oh, yeah. Look at that. There. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Now I can clean up this edge with the file. Go. Clean that up. And clean this up. There. So we have that. Let's pull back a little bit so that you can see it. So that's the part, but there is a problem here. And the problem is that by cutting this off, I have just removed a lot of what makes this chassis strong. Look at how much that flexes. That's no good. So here's where things get a little bit wacky. Yeah, I know, it's getting wacky. I see Dawn is telling people about my my keyboard riser. Wait here, I can show this. Let's. So there is my keyboard riser made of a piece of of laminate flooring. Thank you, Dawn. And 2 Arrow ATV boxes, which actually still have Arrow ATVs inside. So there you go. Arrow ATVs get used for everything. Alrighty. Now this is where things, like I said, this is where things are going to get a little bit jiggy. I don't even know if that's a word, but I'm going to stand by it. So I need to slice right along the top of this edge. You'll see what I'm going to do. And you're going to say, what? That's crazy. But crazy like a fox. Are foxes known for being crazy? I don't know. But anyway. It is a little bit tricky getting up inside this curve here, but I'm doing it because I have to. Get this to separate. without breaking it. Would be nice. I think I'm going to have to slice some more. There's just not a lot to hold on to on that edge. So we'll just slice all the way through. Yeah, that'll do it. And then we'll slice through here. I might be able to get that. There we go. And now if I can get this to start separating around this curve, then it should be all right. So there we go. Just cutting down into that. Because honestly, this curve is the strongest part of this whole piece. You know, that's what really gives it rigidity. So once I slice through that, which I just did, that should make it a lot easier to get apart. Yeah, there we go. I said it. I said the thing. All right. So this is what we want right there. That is what we want. And now I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. This one's going to be a little bit easier, I think, because you know, being right-handed, I have a good angle on the curved part, which is kind of the hardest part to get through. So I'm feeling good about this. Now, here's something that I have been known to do. When I'm trying to get through a piece of plastic that's pretty deep in there, I'll use the back of the hobby knife, and what that does is that just scrapes material and opens up the opening. It's not so much cutting through it as it's digging through it. And it's kind of a nice controlled way of getting deeper into the material. And it also widens the channel so that when you turn the blade around and use the cutting edge again, you have a little bit more freedom. I might be able to just press the blade through at this point. Might, maybe. Maybe. Probably need to change my blade pretty soon. I've been putting it through its paces, and I have a bad habit of using my blades far longer than I should. And you shouldn't use a dull blade. Dull blade is dangerous because it you unconsciously start pressing harder and putting more force, and then that's when accidents happen. That's when you end up pushing too hard, and then something gives all of a sudden, and now the blade is in your hand or in your finger. Go. I'm not even going to chastise myself for saying it this time. This is so meticulous that if I let a there we go slip, I'm just gonna own it. Just owning it. And we're pretty much there. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. I have a little tiny bit right in the corner there. There. All right. So we have that, and we have that. And what we are going to do with these is we are going to patch that side with these strips. So this is where we get a little bit of fire. Right, and there, now we've straightened that out. I don't want to catch my plastic on fire. I just want it to get softened. See? Look at that. That is what we want right there. So now that piece is straight. And oh, that one's getting crazy. That one's getting crazy. That got a little bit too warm, but I can salvage it. So there we go. And there we go. Look at that. Okay, so we now have some flat pieces. A little filing on the inside to rough up the edges. And there it is. I see that Brick is singing Stand By Your Word. And I haven't been watching... I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to admit it. I haven't been watching the chat. I've been, using sharp objects. And admittedly, that does take a little bit of priority over watching the chat. But I would love to know what Stand By Your Word is in reference to. So, let's go ahead and change views. Not really doing the detail stuff right at the moment, so I can sit in front of the camera and see the chat box. There. Okay, so I've roughed up that edge. I've roughed up this edge here. Do the same on this side. Brick says, you standing by your use of Jiggy. Okay. Thank you. You know, I'll accept that. All right, so you see how I roughed up that edge. This one I have not roughed up, so let me do that a little filey. So we got that, and now I am just going to glue this right onto there, like that. So let's go back over to the work table. I think I used more glue than I needed. Yeah, I'm making a mess. That's unfortunate, but okay. And that just, boy, you know, when you have these filed edges and it's already got a lot of particulate and everything, the glue just kind of sucks it right up, and that's great. Now I have a little bit more glue than I want. I'm going to remove it with my finger by doing that. I'm using my finger really quickly because this is, yeah, it would be really easy to glue my fingers to this thing. And I've done that before, and I'll do it again, but I don't wanna. So now there's a little bit of a joint here. I think I'm going to put just a little bit of baking soda in there, just to fill in the gap. Oh boy, this glue tube is aggressive. Yeah, that's a lot more glue than I wanted. I'll have to file my fingers later to get the glue out, but so there we go. Yeah, I said it again. Get some of that extra glue out of there, because I don't need that to be all filled up with glue. That's yucky. Yucky and sloppy. I don't like it. So there. All right. Now let's see if we can do a neater job on this side. I have this one. This needs to be filed on the inside. To get a grip on this. Probably because my fingers are covered in glue. There we go. There we go. There. That's what we want. See, Get some abrasions on the inside edge there. All right. Now, let's see if I can do this without, like, gooping it up. I think I did better. I don't think I did well, but I think I did better. And now, once again, this goes right up against that. And boom. That is what we did. Just add just a tiny bit of glue here. That kind of ugly edge. And put some baking soda in there. Maybe put some baking soda. There's a little bit of a ridge here. And so I'm going to put the baking soda on there to fill that in just a little bit. Now I'll go back to the side that I already glued, and I'll do a little bit of filing. There. And see, we're just making this piece fit a little bit nicer. And that's, see, there, we're matching that curve right there. Matching that edge. And see, that's starting to feel real nice. Let's go ahead and switch views, because my back's starting to get sore hunching over that little table over there. So I'm going to do it over here. So Dawn asks, you seen that Series 3 figures for Riptide and our Amari are up on Dollar Tree site. I'm wondering if that's a question. I have not looked. So I do not know if they're up there yet or not. If they are, then I could get a box of 36 of them. But I don't really need a box of 36 of them. And there we go. We're so the nice thing about filing this is that the file can flatten out a lot of the undulations that I created when I heated it up and got it a little too hot and made it all warbly. So it's nice to be able to take some of that out. You do end up with that kind of whiteness. And if I wanted to, I could go in and I could sand it with increasing grits of sandpaper, and get a really high grit. Start low and then incrementally increase my grit until it's super smooth, and that gets rid of that whiteness. And then if you do a quick flame polish, then you can also get rid of that whiteness. Or you could just hit it with some gray spray paint and call it a day. Or you leave it. If you're using... if you end up... Yes, Dudley. Dudley is really unhappy that the cabinet is closed. There you go. Dudley likes to explore the cabinet. So, if you are doing detail painting and you're using model paints, they tend to go on a lot thicker. And then if you brush over something like that, then you can usually hide a lot of sins that way. But I'm going to at least get the shape to be pretty close. I am not going to be doing any detail painting tonight. So, you're welcome. And there. That's actually not looking too bad. It's not looking too bad at all. Let me show you. So you see, we got that, and see now it's rigid again. And that is, that's what all of this last half hour of me cutting apart little slivers of plastic and gluing them on has all been for, is just to get that to be strong. Now, what I can do, let's see, I have some P500, and just happen to have a water bottle here. So we'll wet that down, and we'll do that, and then just a little bit of light wet sanding to make it look pretty. Just a little bit. I'm not going to spend a lot of time because, this video is already not super engaging. I don't want to sit here and sand all night, and I could. Sanding, you can spend a long time sanding, and the longer you spend, the better things end up looking. But, it's like, do I really want to... Do I really want to just show me sanding for a long time? I don't think I do. And I don't think you want me to either. So, we'll do that. And then we'll do this side. And then wipe it down. And voila! That is not too bad. That is not too shabby. plastic dust. Delicious. So now we have that. We have our engine piece, which is going to need to be adjusted a little bit. You know, we're going to need to shim that up just at the very back. And so now I do have these pieces that I can add. And what I think I'm going to do, actually, let's just see here. Yeah, I know what I'm going to do. All right. So I'm going to bend this. I'm just going to put a little bend right here. Yeah. That's... And now just, there we go. That's it. That's it. I don't want to heat it up enough to melt the plastic. I just want to make it a little bit more pliable. And then you see what I'm doing. I'm just putting some tension here so that instead of all these little alignment pegs being parallel with each other, the ones under the motor are now angled upwards. And Rob says, I am the god of hellfire and I bring you. So let's see, that's probably it. That's probably it. I'm going to flex it just a little bit more than it needs. But now when I put this down, it should, look at that. That's what we wanted. That is what we wanted. Okay, now I'm going to take this piece that I cut off of those runner boards, and I'm just going to file the side. And see, notice that it has this nice curve already in there. Isn't that convenient? So I'm going to get rid of this this little triangle at the end, this point. So I guess we need to change the view. So there we go. We're just going to nip off that end. There we go. And then I'm going to do the same thing on this one. And do a little bit of filing on the sides. A little bit of filing on the side. And this one got a little bit janky when I was pulling it off, so I'm going to just fix that with my pliers. There we go. And maybe just a little bit of heat. go, and blammo. And then I can file that edge to be straight. And oh, this edge is really janky. Look at that. That's terrible. So let's we'll just flatten that out just like that. And then we'll file that. Go. I know, I'm saying it a lot. I am out of control. And now let's just kind of taper these edges just a little bit. Clean up the edges. Make them a little bit nice. And so what I'm doing here, I have been inspired by the look of these pieces. And I've decided that these look like big fat leaf springs. At least, you know, I mean, they're tiny little parts, but if in scale with the vehicle, they remind me of the leaf springs that are underneath the back end of a truck. So we got that. So my thought is that these things are going to fill in the gap right there. And look at how they have these rectangular holes that seem to line up pretty close to those. Actually, you know, I'm going to get rid of that. I'm just going to do this because they don't line up as closely as I want. And so I'm just going to do that. And do that. And then I'll also take care of, get rid of that one. That little doodad there. Get rid of that little doodad there. All right. So the way that that's going to go is like that. That's going to go in there just like that. I can live with that. Can I live with that? I'm trying to live with that. I mean, I guess I could do something like that. Is that better? Like, if I did that, would that be better? That? Or that? I'm kind of liking this better, now that I'm looking at it. Get my thumb out of the way. But, you know, I could maybe even bring it forward a little bit. Yeah. Do it just like that. I think that that's the solution right there. All right. Decision is made. And, yeah, I could even cut out this little notch here. I'm going to do it. That's the plan. The plan adjusts depending on circumstances, as all good plans should be able to do. So this is going to go underneath the seat here and above the seat there. And maybe, you know what, I could even cut this, just cut a little angle in there so that that manifold meets with this edge. So I think that it's going to go like that. I think that now, does it go inside? I don't like seeing that peg. I do not like seeing that peg. I think it goes outside. Something like that. All right, we're making, let's see, since it does curve back a bit at the end, let's see, I would test that with the wheels just to make sure that nothing interferes. Okay, you know what? That is a valid recommendation. So let's go ahead, and Don is recommending that I test it with the wheels to make sure that nothing interferes. And I agree. That's a good thing to do. You know, the tire is still catching on the motor a little bit, but the motor is high enough, it's just not wide enough. So I can fix that. With that piece in, it's still not rubbing on the tire, so I would say that we're in pretty good shape. And I lost one of my pins. There's the pin. Yeah, I think that's going to work. All right, so I would have preferred not to have to jack up the engine. I'm just going to say I would have preferred not to have to do that. If I had just dropped this down a little bit lower, I wouldn't have had this problem. And so, you know, you live and learn. It is a kitbash project. So, what are you going to do? I think what I am going to do, though, is I think that I'm going to glue this piece to the engine. Yeah, that's how I'm going to do it. And I'm just looking here. I think I'm going to take off that little. So here, let me. I'm thinking about things and I'm saying half sentences and you don't know what I'm talking about. So we've got these little nubs on the back of the seat here and here, or the back of the engine. And we don't need them now because they're supposed to go into these holes and they're not going to go into those holes. So I think that I'm going to cut them off and that'll give me more surface to glue to. So this is just me cutting them off. There. So they are gone. And now I've got the seat here. This, what I can also do, just to be a little bit spiffier, is I want this piece to go right underneath this edge here, right there. So I'm going to use the rotary tool to cut a little notch up in there that makes room for that little piece. Yeah. I'll just clean out that little bit of fuzz there. There we go. And then in an ideal universe, look, that fits right in there like that. Right in there. Just like that. Look at that. Okay, I'm going to file this down just a little bit more so that this edge meets up with all three of those exhaust pipes. So, doesn't take a lot of filing. That's going to fit in right like that. Just like that. Yeah. I think that I could file this edge just a little bit lower. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Let's see how it looks on the piece before I glue anything. So it's going to be like that. That's actually not too bad. You know, it's not perfect, but it's really not too bad. So, with that being the case, let's go ahead and put a little bit of glue on top of here. There we go. And go in just like that, and then let's just snap this into place and see how everything fits. And that's actually pretty good. That is pretty good. I'm not digging this little sticky outie here. Let me get rid of the sticky outie. There. Now at some point, if I wanted to, I could cut off some pieces of pen or some little tubular Lego pieces or something like that and make some manifold shaped bits to go outside here and continue that down and make it look more like it belongs. And I may do that because, you know, I feel like this is okay, but it would be better if it looked more functional. Yeah, we have this gap here that really doesn't look like it belongs. I'm going to leave it for now, but at some point I will probably fix that. You know, I can do just a little bit of scraping on this edge to taper it. And that just kind of softens that edge. Makes it look a little bit more intentional. The other thing that I can and probably will do, see, the glue came free. I don't want the glue to come free. I probably shouldn't be scraping it while the glue is still drying. The other thing that I can do that'll make a huge difference is just hit this whole piece with some flat black paint. And since this is kind of a narrow edge, I can also cheat a little bit. Put some glue back here, and then a little bit of baking soda. And there we go. So that one's on there. Let's take a look at this side. This side I still need to do some sanding. So I'm going to do that. Soften that edge while it's off, because it's much easier to soften that edge while it's off than when once it's on. There we go. Knock my torch on the floor. Take off that little nub. There we go. And now glue this one on. It's going to go on just like that. And see, I can already tell that that's going to fit. You know, that looks like it belongs. So let's go ahead and do this edge and do a little bit in here, and then do some right there. And then that just fits right on like that. And then while I'm holding that, I'll go ahead and do the glue trick on the inside. And there we have that. And now this will just snap on right there. Just like that. Now it looks like it belongs. Now, ideally what I should do is I should add a couple little posts so that it can peg into this. There used to be 6 pegs holding this seat in. Now there are only 2. I'm not sure that I'm going to do that right now. Yeah, I can probably just cut off some little pieces of toothpick and glue them in, and that will do it. But for my purposes right now, this should be okay, and we'll be able to put things together. So let's see how that's going to look. See if things are going to fit well. I know that the edges of this are going to interfere. So before I bother putting the wheel back in, let's go ahead and fix that. Let's see. I am going to... I'm just going to come up straight. So let's... interferes right up here, and you can see how this opening still tapers in towards the engine, and the wheel is almost the exact same width on the outside edge as it is at the hub, so we really don't want it to taper. But we do have room on this exhaust pipe to trim some of the material away. There we go. And do that. Maybe go a little bit further on this side. Actually, honey, will you bring me the toothpicks? Thank you. So that's going to go just like that. And then the wheel is going to go in here like this. I'm not going to push the pin in all the way because I want it to come out easily. Thank you, sweetie. But now, look at that. No more interference. That is what we want. All right, so yeah, I said I wasn't going to do it, and I'm going to do it because it bugs me that this is kind of floppy. So let's just take a toothpick. Pull this off of here. There we go. And so if that's like that, that. We can do this. And now do this. So the trick here is going to be to glue the toothpick to this piece without gluing those things together. I think I can do it. I think I can do it. Just squeeze those together, first of all. And then let gravity do the work. This one. All right. That's good. We did not glue it together. We just got a couple pieces of toothpick in there. And now I will reinforce it with some more glue and baking soda. There we go. Yeah. So we have that. And now this will be able to snap in here. And that is so much more secure. That's nice. I like that a lot better. And we have our little pins here. Let's just do a little. Ooh, there's a stress line there. We don't want that. Go. And I'm going to do a little sanding here. And that should give us just a little bit more free spin. You know, the biggest problem, of course, is since I'm putting these things in by hand and I drilled everything by hand, and you know, there's no mechanical precision to this kit bash, then a lot, then these holes aren't going to line up perfectly. And so these pins aren't aimed exactly the same direction, and that's going to cause the wheel to bind up just a little bit. But sanding them down, giving us a little bit more play, that's not going to hurt at all. Also, sanding these things should take a little bit of the tension off so that it doesn't stress them so much when I have to pull these things out. Which ideally, you know, how often am I pulling them out? Not often, but still, I don't want the I don't want these things to break. All right, so let's see how this is going to go. We'll pop that in. Ideally, we pop this one in. Does this one not want to pop in? I can sand it more. Will that make it want to pop in? And there we go. Oh, I see what's going on. See my little my little toothpick is actually interfering with the hole just a little bit. Okay, well, there. That should. There. I can always make that toothpick a little bit shorter, but so we got the wheel in there. The wheel it doesn't free spin. You know, it's not like super loose, but it does spin, and that's good. I'll probably go back in and loosen things up later, but let's move on because this project is taking a long time. And I didn't really want it to, but I kind of knew it was going to. So now we've got a chassis that has a third wheel there. We've got our wheels here. So it's going to sit down lower. And Dawn says, try lubricating it with butter. We learned our lesson about that. And Machiavellix is asking if everybody's St. Patty's Day is good so far. Mine's good. I'm building a three-wheeler out of an Arrow ATV, so that's pretty cool. So now, I know it's been a long time getting there. Now, let's move on and get to the front of the frame. This is made out of the roof of the Arrow ATV. So, what we're going to do is we're going to take the roof of the Arrow ATV and we need to cut stuff off. So we're just going to snip there, and snip up here. The windshield of the Arrow ATV is very unusual in that it has these three pillars to it. And so I'm cutting the side two pillars down by where the hood would be. And the center pillar, I'm just cutting that off right underneath this light here. There we go. And that fell somewhere. I don't know if I need that part. I might need that part. I don't remember needing that part. No, I don't need that part. But, you know, so the distinctive arrow of the Arrow ATV does not get used in the three-wheeler, which is why it's not an Arrow three-wheeler. It's just it's a Slingshot three-wheeler. I'm going to take down, there's a nub here. You see that nub? I'm going to take that down because I don't really need the nub. There we go. Yeah, so get rid of the nub. And then we just have those three little lights. Now, this is where things, once again, get a little janky. Because you see that the A-pillars from the Arrow ATV go forward and out. In order to attach them, they need to come back and down. And so that means fire. This is one of those things where I'm going to do it in 2 stages. The first step is going to be to heat up the place where the A-pillar meets the roof and angle the whole thing backwards and in. I'm going to do that on both sides. So I'm just going to very carefully add some heat. It does not take much heat at all to make this malleable. Malleable? Is it malleable or malleable? I don't really know. Okay, see it's already getting soft. We want to try not to deform the plastic a lot. Which, you know, we're bending it, which in itself is deforming it, but we don't want it to look goopy. You can see that the plastic very quickly starts getting glossy, and that's when you know that you are right at the point of liquefaction, and you don't want it to become liquid. Plastic also gets real hot. I'm not wearing gloves. I probably should be wearing gloves, but I'm not. So it gets hot. Malleable. So Brick says malleable. Okay, well, I will take your word for it, Dawn. Malleable it is. And ooh, hot. Warm. And there we go. Oh yeah, there's the stuff. That's the stuff right there. Okay, so we're getting close. I'm going to just kind of look at this. I think they need to go backwards a little bit more. So, angling it back. And you can see how I'm pressing it Yeah, you get it to the point where it has some give, and then you push it farther than it needs to go because it's going to spring back. So you see that one's getting pretty close. Let's work on the other. And it's tricky because I don't want to heat up the one that I already moved. If you don't heat it up enough, then you're liable to break these things off. You heat them up too much, then they get floppy and droopy and look bad. So there is a sweet spot there. So all right, this is what I've accomplished. I have now, you see how now these things are angling backwards instead of forwards, and they're angling inwards instead of out. So pretty much the exact opposite of what they were. That's what we want, because we are going to connect these through these two holes that are already in the chassis. So that's going to go right in there like that. Now they need now I need them to go kind of straight down and out. You see how on this one they just kind of go straight down to be able to engage with those holes. So once again, we're using heat. And I'm just trying to heat it up pretty much at the midpoint, and it's already starting to get waxy. So let's I'm going to actually use my there we go, and giving it a little bit of a push here. Okay, that one is not bad. Let's try the other. And okay. That is not too bad. Let's see how close we are. Now, here's the kicker. You see how this lifts up at the end? That means that ideally these things kind of need to kick forward just a little bit, but well, I don't know that I'm going to do that. I don't think that I'm going to have them go forward. I'm going instead what I'm going to do, I'm going to find a drill bit that is about the same diameter as these, which is probably this one. This one doesn't even say what it is. HS 9/64. What the heck is a 9/64? No, yeah. I'm amazed that I own a drill bit for this set that's in 64ths. That to me is absurd. Oh well. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drill straight down into this thing to give it a to make them go in a little bit easier. So, and it's removing hardly any material, but it should be just enough to get those things to go down in nice and snug. Maybe. All right. They aren't going in. That's okay. You see that they're not circular. If you can see there, let's do this. Yeah. So you see how they're not circular. Well, the bottom edges there are just hard corners. So if I take off those corners, that should be able to go down into that hole. 1/64th more than 1/8. Thank you, Dawn. And so, with those edges softened, let's see if this will go in. Come on, you can do it. Come on, Tina, eat your steak. Gosh. Why are you so stupid? Gosh. I was in Alaska hunting wolverines with my uncle. There we go. Look at that. Yeah, it's starting to look like a thing. So now we also have the rest of this framework here. And of course, I took those off of these side pieces because they're already made to go in there. So let's just take a look here. Or actually, you know, it's funny because they're not. The pieces that I used are not the pieces, you know, these are the pieces that are made to go in there. But I don't use these. I use these. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut. So this is one of the sides, and this is where it would connect to the roof. This is where it would connect to that to this arrow-shaped piece. But we're going to make it connect to our new roof or hood piece. And so I'm just going to cut this off right there. And it really is a really cheap pair of needle nose pliers. Those cutters are almost worthless. But they squeeze the material and make a thin spot that makes it a lot easier to cut with my hobby knife. So we have that. And that, let's see, that is going to go right up in here. Now, what I need to do in order to make this work, once again, I'm going to need to hit this with just a little bit of heat. So, a little bit of heat, a little bit of heat, little bit of heat. There we go. And now now I grab it with this because it gets pretty hot, and I'm just going to angle it forward just like that. Well, you can't see it, just like that. See how that is now angled forward? This one is plenty flexible, so I don't really have to do anything to that. But now with this angled forward, I should be able to peg this in to the underside of that, what used to be a roof piece, and do that. And then that's good like that. Now let's take the other roof piece, or side piece rather, and once again I'm just going to cut it off right here. So this is it normally, and or this is it normally. This is where it would normally attach to the roof. This is the part that attaches to that hood piece in the Arrow ATV, and then we do that. And laugh at how terrible my needle nose pliers are. And what did I do with my X-Acto? Ah, there it is. There it is. So we have this. And then once again, just angle that forward, just like that. Yeah. And so with that angled forward, I peg that in to the underside of the hood right here. And see, that works really well. And you see how it goes down on either side of the seat. Now, it doesn't connect here. It just, it just kind of floats, but it gives it a lot of stability just by the fact that it kind of hugs the seat on either side. So that's really nice. Thinking about it now, anyone else see Masters of the Universe reveals so far this week? I'm super excited by the Origins releases. I really need those 200X and Horde guys. I bet Monica has. Have you seen the Masters of the Universe releases this week? Uh-huh. She says, uh-huh. She's playing Elder Ring. She's distracted. So, all right, so now we have a hood, we have an engine, we have a wheel. This thing is taking shape. So next thing is putting a framework back here. And the way that I did that, so you see I made this little triangular piece that holds these two ends together. And I drilled a hole in the top of the engine, and so I used these pieces. And once again, there's some heating up of stuff that happened. So let's go ahead. First thing that I need to do is I need to cut this off. I think that what I'm going to do, yeah, I'm just going to cut it right, just looking. I don't want to cut off too much because then there'll be tears. So I'm going to cut that right there. And we have that. And then we also are going to cut it here. So that's what we've got left. Now we need to make this so that this top part is going to have to go straight down. So this is going to be at an angle. and this thing is going to go straight down into the engine to peg in, and then this is going to go sideways into a hole that we're going to add in the side here. So you know how we're going to do that. I mean, you know at this point how this works. I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to look at the engine to see how stuff has to fit. And it's nice that I already have this so that I can see what I did there. Now, things are going to be a little bit different since this engine is not elevated, whereas this one is. But I think it's still going to work just fine. This piece needs to end up kind of centered right about here. This piece is going to run along this edge. And then this is just going to peg in. You know, I wonder, I could maybe do it just a little bit differently this time. Since we've got the engine elevated, I could have it go into the side of this. Maybe. Well, you know what? No, I like how those panels fit the way that they are. I'm not gonna mess with it. So the first thing that I need to do is I need to heat this up, and I need to point this down. And that's going to go like that. And you see that I'm actually giving it a little bit of an arch over to help compensate for some of the other screwiness. And I'm using the bottom bar as kind of a reference for my ground plane. So I know that I know that this thing has to essentially be perpendicular with that, except point straight down. And I am letting it arc over just a little bit, because I noticed that in this one, it kind of has to reach around the engine block just a little bit. So I'm trying to compensate for that this time around. And now this needs to go sideways. And that's just going to be a bend sideways like this. So there we go. So now, and you know what? This has to bend further, because you know that this is going to be angling like this to go straight down into the engine. So in order for this to go sideways, it needs to be pointed this way, not down this way. So I'm going to have to hit it with a little more heat. And that's more like it. That is more like it. So that's what we want. That's the piece. Now I need to make another one of these for the other side. So once again, we're starting with that side framework piece. We already cut off the front, which you know, that was here. This part used to go down into the chassis. We removed that, and so what we're doing is we are cutting it off here, and we are cutting it off here. So this is the part that used to go around the back. No longer does that. I am just... That's pathetic. And whoops. Then I'm going to cut it off right there. Just like that. So once again, this piece needs to go straight down like that, and this piece needs to aim in like that. And again, using this bottom bar as a reference, I'm trying to make this little nub that I'm bending perpendicular to it when I look at it from the side. And then you can see here how that pretty much goes like that. A little bit more. There it goes. And now, so that's actually pretty good. Let me get it to go a little bit back. So yeah, that's pretty good. That's what we want. Yeah, you see how it's going straight down. It's mostly perpendicular with the direction of this bar right here. And so now this needs to go in sort of at a right angle to this. This one's tricky, and it's hot. It's hot. It's hot. It's very hot. All right. So we've got that. So this is going to attach through a hole in here, and then we're going to put a hole in the side there, and then ideally this kind of ends up in the middle of the back. So let's go ahead and put a couple of holes in the top here. And I'm just going to mark this with my hobby knife right there. Let's go ahead and show the other view. So I'm going to mark it with my hobby knife right there. And I'm actually going to get it started because this is a weird shape. and it would be kind of hard to get a drill bit to start on such an awkward edge. And then I'll do the same thing on this side. And let's just make sure we're using the right size drill bit. That is not too bad. So we will drill here. And drill here. And then this goes right in here, hopefully. In an ideal universe, it goes in. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's going in. And then the other one will go right in here. Maybe. Do a little trimmy trim. There we go. And then these are going to meet back here, and these are going to plug in somewhere on the side here. Actually, it seems like they just want to go right underneath that seat, but I don't like that. I'd rather it go somewhere more secure. So I'm kind of thinking I put the hole right there. Yeah. Either right there or maybe right here in the engine. What do we think? Right up there? I think that's where it needs to go. Right there. Let me go ahead and make a little hole here. Just to get it started. So this one will actually, that definitely needs a little bit of a trim. We're going to get it to go in there because it is very, very flat. So we're just taking those corners off of there. Because it's hard to fit a crescent-shaped peg into a round hole. Uh-oh. I broke my glue joint. That is unfortunate. Alright, well. Let me take this out. I didn't want to break my glue joint, but I did. Oh, I broke 2 glue joints. That's not terribly surprising, but boy, boy, that's really in there. Oh, it's because of that peg. Remember that peg that we, this thing, we kind of drilled to get it to go in there? Well, now it's really in there. There. Yeah. Yeah, you can see how this peg is just a little further back than that one, which is also what's causing this to bind up. So, little bits of imperfection. Get rid of a little ball of glue that's on the end there. And we're going to, while I've got this off, I can soften that edge. There we go. And now we'll do a little bit of glue here, and a little bit of glue there, and glue along there. And that will go right there. Just like that. It's not so bad when we already have the pieces mated together. I'll go ahead and I'll put some more glue inside here. Do the baking soda because that's important. Do a little bit more glue on the inside here. And baking soda again. And do some glue inside here. And baking soda. And in an ideal universe, that should give us a pretty decent bond with all that surface area that we have now used to put these two pieces together. And you see how that just fills that space. It's such a nice technique for filling in gaps and fixing cracks and things like that. All right, open this up a little bit. And now, ideally, even though this is not on there, this should still just peg right in. And it does. It does indeed. Okay, that's good. So that's what we wanted. Now we're going to need to do the same thing on the other side. That's going to need to be beefed up. So let's just go ahead and do it. Let's put some glue here. Put some glue in here. put some more glue in here. Really get that in there. I'm going to shorten these a little bit. They don't need to be that long. And you want to add a little bit of glue to them. They fit very loosely. So I add some glue, and guess what? I'm going to add some baking soda too. What are the chances? I know, it's crazy. And if for some reason they seem like they're too fat to fit through the little holes, I can always sand them down. So there we go. And now this one, we're going to need to add that hole, so we might as well go ahead and add it. It's going to go in the same place on this side. So now, can I drill that? Not yet. I'm not going to do it yet. I'm going to make that hole a little bit bigger before I try and drill into it, because it's probably going to want to tear these pieces apart just like it did on the other side. And so I'm going to do my best to minimize how traumatic it is. Not so bad. And then, of course, we need to trim the sharp edges off of the profile of this peg. So we get that off, and we get that off. And now this should peg into there, and it does. Look at that. Look at that. That fits. So we'll put this back on here. Guess we'll line up the back first. There. Get that in there, and that in there. Press that in, press the seat down, and let's go back to the other view. And Monica beat the thing! Woohoo! Congratulations, sweetie. And there. This is getting to the nitty-gritty. All right, so we do need to put in the piece in the back. I had that little triangular piece that kind of held these two things together. You can see it in my other one. That right there. And so I'm going to make that and I've just got this little piece of the chassis, a little scrap piece of the chassis. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start shaping it before I cut it out completely. It'll be easier to work with before I make it all tiny and everything. And since I have this piece to kind of go off of, I'm going to use it as a guide. And so pretty much match that angle. So, the angle is going to be pretty much like that. And then I'm going to just score a line. I guess I need to switch views. So I need to score a line, and this is going to be pretty much like that. Let me go down a little bit more. So I'm eyeballing this. There's probably math that I could do to get it to be just right, but I haven't been using math so far, so why start now? And that is my line. So now I need to put a hole right about here. Right about there. And then right about there. So, of course, I need to find a drill bit that's going to be about the same size as these pegs, which that looks pretty darn close. I wonder if I need to go one size smaller though. Nope. I think this is the one. So there we go. We've got that. And then couple little ghost eyes. Now I'll cut off the rest of the triangle. in there. And then, look at that. That actually works. That actually works. All right. So at this point, we have most of the form of the slingshot. Now there's a couple little details. First of all, let's see. There's those headlights. So we've got these, and this is where I have this bin, this little bin of, I save screws. Every time I take something apart, sometimes when I throw stuff away, I steal the screws. So I have this thing that's filled with screws. And so I just need to find some screws that will be good for these holes. What would be probably pretty good is a couple flatheads, because those are pretty big holes, and if you have a flathead, it has the triangular head, so that'll just self-center. Let's see if I've got a couple flatheads in here. Maybe, maybe, maybe not. Oh, wait. Dude, is that could that work? That's a little bit small. All right, so we might have to use just some regular screws, because it doesn't look like my flathead selection is going to help us out. We do have a screw like that. I have some black screws. So, well, that one's trying. Of course, my OCD, I want to find screws that are the same. Which, does that really matter? Probably not. Okay, that's pretty close. That's a little close. I've got 3 screws that are very similar to each other, but not the same. And that one's even smaller. Oh, come on. You can come out. You can come out. Nope. Well, phooey. Huey, Dewey, Louie, and Phooey. He wears yellow, by the way. Alright, I think I'm just going to use these two. It'll be fine. So I've got a couple little screws. And let's make sure that they will... there's some little holes already in the undersides of these. So we just really need to drill them to a size that is compatible with the screw, which that is pretty close. So, you know, there's this little square hole. Now it's a round hole. And I guess I need to... This is the new one, right? Yes, it doesn't have... Okay. You know, it's a good sign when I'm having trouble telling which one is which. That means that things are going right. So, take off the wheels. Line up my headlight. And I've got a little screwdriver here. I'm just going to screw that in there. And so that's in there just like that. And then we have this one. And so once again, now this screw seems like it might be just a little bit bigger, so let me make sure that the screw will go into that hole. I might have to hog out the hole a little bit more. So, yeah. Let's try this one. Is this going to be too big? I don't think so. I think it's just going to be barely just right. This is not the proper way to drill, but it's really late. And now, get that started. And once again, this might be too small of a screwdriver. We'll find out. What I could do, I actually have screwdriver tips. After all, this is a cordless screwdriver. And there we go. Look at that. Huh? So we got wheels, we got a wheel, we've got our cage thing. So at this point, this is where we dig into the upgrade kit. So I've got, you've got this that was mounted on the top of the Arrow ATV. Now this becomes your control yoke. And that just goes right in there like that. And effectively, at this point, it is the Slingshot three-wheeler. It doesn't have any armor, but this is the thing. Here, let's put them side by side. And here, I'll press a button, and I'll get that out of the way. I don't need that. And let me adjust the camera and do that, and blammo. So this is the one that I made first, and then this is the new one. Yeah, I need to loosen that wheel up just a little bit, but you can see that these are the base forms of the Slingshot three-wheeler. Now, of course, my version also had this piece that screws into the front, which I hogged out a hole for the guns, and I added a screw. And then I also had these pieces of armor which go on the back. So let's go ahead and put those back onto my original one. The way these go is, so in the original ATV, they go like this. We're rotating them this way, but they still clip on exactly as they did in the other version. And so we're just going to snap them to that frame. And see, everything just goes on like that. And then same with this. Everything goes together like that. And so you have that nice armored back end. We can do the same thing with our new version, at least presumably we can. I haven't actually tried it yet, so let's go ahead and do that. We're going to take this and we're going to snap this onto there like that. And then we're going to take, let's see, there should be another one. Where's my other one? Ah, there it is. I'm going to take this one, and it's going to snap on to the frame. Just like that. And it does. Huh? Huh? That's pretty cool. I'm digging this. And then I take my control yoke out, which is guns, because I mean it's a single person vehicle. How are you supposed to shoot your enemies unless you've got guns for a steering wheel, right? So now, if I remember correctly, I removed, I took out this. So let's go ahead and take that out. We are so close. We no longer need that little clippy thing there. So that just goes away. Can get rid of some of this melted plastic. And actually I'm gonna just getting rid of everything under there because we need, there's not a lot of space. So we need this to kind of be as thin as we can get it. I mean, not super thin, but just take it down to the surface here. And then you can see here we needed to make space for the control yoke. Now I think that I want to put that screw in first because where it sits here is going to determine where I put that hole. So let's go ahead and I'm going to push this. I'm going to try and rest it in between the two little headlights here. And just have that edge there, and then put the screw right in the middle, which I'm going to go ahead and drill this out separately rather than trying to drill it while it's on the vehicle. That just seems like a problem. And let's take a look at our little box of screws. And we need to find a little screw. How about this one? This is a nice little screw. It's a great screw. I love that screw. That screw seems like it's a little bit thicker, so I'm going to go ahead and drill that hole a little bit bigger. The other thing that I'm going to do is I want to countersink the screw just a little bit because it's got a big fat pan head on it. So let's just, and I'm just going to do this by choosing a bit that's about, that's a little bit bigger than the head of the screw itself, and just recess around that hole. Not too much, just enough so that when the screw goes in, it has a nice place to sit. There we go. And see, that's going to give us a much nicer finish. So at this point, the front end will go together like that. Just like that. So let's see, is that about the same size? That's a little bit small. Boy, it seems like I'm really jumping up in size here. Alright, well, that's a little bit bigger. Yeah, that's a... So here's what I'm going to do. Oh, whoa. That just grabbed that. Oh, I wonder if I need to, you know what? I think I am. Okay, so I'm going to mark here, and here, and here, and here. And I need to take these down just a little bit. So So what I noticed is that the screw was not really engaging in this hole, and it means that this thing just wasn't sitting down low enough on the frame. So by getting rid of this little, by notching into this edge, the thing can sit just a little bit lower, and that screw should be able to reach that hole, and it should help it seat it more firmly. And just clean that out just a little bit. There we go. Clean that out just a little bit. And there we go. And look at that. So that should help this to sit right down where we want it. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to drill this hole a little bit bigger so that this screw has some room to move in there. And see, ideally now the screw should be able to spin freely, and that means that I'll be able to tighten it down a little bit better. I wish that hole weren't quite so ugly. You know what? I can make it a little less ugly. Yeah. No, it's just a little bit less ugly. I like it when the hole's not not ugly. Oh, come on, go in there. Go in the hole, stupid. Why are you so stupid? Just go in the hole. Okay, so that's on there nice and firm. That's good. So now the next problem is that we need to create a space for the control yoke to go through here. So I'm going to notch it with my hobby knife like this. And now that that's notched and I know where the hole is supposed to go, we can take this out. There we go. Set that aside. And what I really need is a drill bit that is one size between this and this. I don't have it, at least not with me, and I don't want to go get it. So I'm going to cheat. That is almost close enough. You know what? I just remembered that I did, in fact, bring a round file. There was a reason why I brought a round file. right. Round file. Boom, walk away. And we'll cut off the little shavings of plastic that are on the underside, just to neaten it up. There we go. Test. Oh, heck yeah. That's where we wanted to be. And there we have it. Oh, there, that goes there. Oh, this has to poke back down in. Go back down in. There you go. Okay. That's it. That is the Slingshot three-wheeler. Now, you know, obviously, I could still do a lot of tweaking, and I probably will do a lot of tweaking on this. You know, just making the wheel spin in the back a little bit faster. You know, maybe gluing some things in place a little bit more solidly. But yeah, this is the thing. And oh, let me put the top back on the original here. So, since we have two now, and that gets screwed right onto that. Balamo. Oh, something else that I did on this one, which I should do on this one, but I haven't, is I drilled a couple holes in there because there's these big nubs underneath here that you see how it's pressing up against the handles. The top of the hood would be able to sit lower onto the frame if I just drilled a couple holes right underneath where the handles are, you know, pretty much where these little circles are, and that would help it to sit flush. And then the control yoke is able to swivel just a little bit, so you can see on this one how I drilled out where these nubs are. So I guess I could do that. I'm so anxious to say, okay, it's done, but it's there's still little things. You know what? I'm not going to do it right now. I'm not going to do it. I know what needs to be done. I've done it on that one, but lining it up is really going to take yeah, it's going to take an extra couple of minutes. And honestly, do you need to see it? I don't think you do. We have a thing. So let's go ahead and show the finished product. This is right here. We've got these, and we'll put Torn in here. And there it is. In all of its glory, there is the Slingshot three-wheeler. An all-terrain vehicle, small, fast, and it has big guns. I still wouldn't mind having these a little bit higher up. You see how cool it would look? Like, imagine the wheels just a little bit higher up. So maybe I'll do that sometime. But yeah, so that's the one that I just built. This is my first version. And that's, I mean, that's it. It took a long time. It's the middle of the night now. I don't think that anybody is watching this, but we got new Final Faction vehicles in like, and it was done in like 5 hours. Oh, that's terrible. I'm so sorry. I'll edit this down or make a better version that just breaks it into simple steps. But Slingshot three-wheeler for Final Faction. And so, with all that being done, I'm out. This is Clay telling you to keep it Retrobot. And that's really it. And Rob says good night. Good night, Rob. Thank you for sticking with me. You are a trooper.